my gosh. A Umineko stream on a Thursday where subscribe to earn drops for Duolingo. I'll show that again. What? I wanted to stream yesterday, but I didn't feel very good because yesterday I kind of lost my whole mojo. I was getting into my car and I hit my head really hard. Like one of those like cartoon levels of I've just bonked my head and I'm out of commission now. So that's what happened to me yesterday. I have some really good beer I bought. I bought some beer called Flensburger Pilsner, which was really freaking expensive, but it's so good. It's worth every dollar. Uh, and I have all of my VODs uploaded on YouTube right now, which is good. Um, da, 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 da. All right. Well, what are you gonna do? We are gonna get this shit opened. Where we last left off, everybody's starting to get fucking murdered, which was fucked up. Oh, and these beers are swing tops too. Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is. And Beatrice-sama is an important and honored guest of the Masters. So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If I could just look her in the eye, I'll know. I'll see through her. A witch? Beatrice? Yeah, right. I'll expose her. Jessica never stopped moving. Goda and Cannon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter which kind of guest came, Kinza wouldn't let them in there, and yet the servants were always made to clean this room so it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room after their second shapeless master. Jessica knew about this too. It's almost like she lives there or some shit. And she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. As Jessica yelled with all her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't open. Open up, Beatrice! Come out! You hear me, right? Open up! There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt a resistance to the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. The master's key will unlock it, right? Use it! My lady, that would be horribly rude. Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Cannon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket. Cannon-san, are you sure? Yes, I'm fully aware it would be rude if she happens to be in there. At any rate, if Beatrice had nothing to do with that incident, all she has to do is give us a satisfying explanation. That's right, exactly. Let me borrow that. Jessica snatched the master key from Cannon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open. She's not going to be in there. Beatrice! Where are you? Come out! Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. It's kind of a parallel of what happened to Kinzo. I bet she's gonna go missing, like, in his. That bitch! She's not here! Where the hell'd she go? Yes, she doesn't seem to be here. Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, looked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. However, there were signs that the bed had been used, and though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait. So they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Cannon alone had met her. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had. So he knew that forcing their way in here in search for her definitely wouldn't work out. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Cannon was first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. It's gonna be a letter. Yeah. Near the water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which had been used to write it. Cannon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they'd been overcome by rage and barged in here, only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know that they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Milady, there's something written here. Something written? What? Jessica dashed over violently and snatched the piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She couldn't control her strength right now. What the? Don't fuck with me? Oh, it's a don't fuck with me! As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up, and threw it. Oh, she broke the window. She grabbed a light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. Milady, please calm down. You'll hurt yourself. Let's fucking go. Damn it, damn it. Come out, Beatrice. How could you do that to Mom and Dad? You think you scare me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll beat you to death, so show yourself. Damn it! This was written on the paper. Did you think I would be that senile to just sit around here waiting for you to come barging in? Yeah, she's missing. It's just like... Oh, wait. That shit's crazy. You're way too inelegant for this intellectual night. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron would have looked like. Oh right, I saw them. And they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she predicted that one of the children who'd lost their parents would come running in here. If she was hiding in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. A witch was that kind of person. She's so fucking bored. Hand it over. I'm telling you, you'll hurt yourself. Ah! I told you not to go. To let go, damn it. I guess in this alternate universe, Maria doesn't give Natsuhi the pendant. Yoda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding. After all, she kept swinging it around. She might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. Cannon's eyes saw it differently. She's grieving. So, when the light stand was taken from Jessica, when she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet, almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised, but Cannon was not. Of course, she had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Ugh! Wah! Dad! Mom! Wah! Ugh! Considering that she was a daughter of the Ashira head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard, because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Don't you call them morons. Both mom and dad were smart. Unlike me, they were really smart. Don't you call them morons. Take it back. Take it back. Oh right, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full of sweets. Ah, damn it. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll slice her stomach and see how she likes it. Ooh, ah, wah, hic, cough, cough. Jessica cried and screamed. She triggered an asthma attack. Oh, that sucks. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back. But that only provoked Jessica's wrath. Get your fucking hands off me! The hell! If you got time to do that, search for that bastard. Find him and bring him here. If you won't go, I will. And I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll slice open her stomach. Don't touch me. Damn it. Damn it. Jessica got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway. Milady, your medicine, quickly. I will call Dr. Danjo. Goda-san, would you shut the fuck up, please? Yeah, Cannon's got her back. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Canon, who had noticed, had been the one to support her. Canon-san, are you sure? I believe Milady needs time to cry right now, considering that she saw her parents killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Canon had shared a vague relationship with each other. So he understood everything and left it to Canon. Very well. I will go back to Rosa-sama. Please take care of Milady. Yes, leave it to me. Canon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possessed self-control. He had surely seen that in Canon's eyes, so he would leave this to Canon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Canon and relied on him for a job. Yeah, because he's an asshole. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Canon followed her wordlessly. If she asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her, but until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to rescue her at any time. Oh, you want to be a crazy fake out? Is if instead of George and Shannon dying in the next day, it would be Canon and Jessica. That would be a freaking crazy switch out. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you could bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Canon now stood. As he watched over Jessica from behind. Then finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible to stand up again. But right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, Jessica would have wanted to tear it off right then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower to even call for help, but Canon heard it. He definitely heard it. Canon definitely heard the voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world around. What the fuck are they talking about? An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Canon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, he accepted it, unlocked the door to her room, and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. She actually might die. Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad, it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale and her gaze wavered. How is she gonna grow up on an island and still have asthma? That's so fucked up. And yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having to sit on the bed, Canon took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to happen, Canon would take notice and secretly carry around the... Oh, that's so cute! Canon! He scolded himself, as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day when he used that word to somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Canon's heart, but he felt like it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now. He locked it up inside the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But she'd lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. Are you alright, milady? I'm alright. I'm all messed up over mom and dad, but after I cry a bit more, it'll be alright. I'll be alright. Cannon regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you alright" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. Bro, that just means this is what makes you have El Riz. This is why he couldn't become a human. I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Cannon understood that she had needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room. Bro, stay with her. Do you need something? Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop. Hi, Sid. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Oh, she's gonna ask him to stay. It's gonna be so cute. If she asks it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd even become a cane or a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. If by doing that, I could make up for the pain I dealt to her on that day. Ellipses. For a while, Jessica stared at the cannon's eyes. It was though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. Ellipses. Ellipses. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice. I'm sorry. It's nothing. Could you tell Aunt Rosa that I want to be alone for a while? I won't let you be alone. Oh, they're both gonna fucking die. They're both gonna die. Oh my god, they're the two that are together for this episode. Holy shit. Huh? Huh? I won't let you be alone. Good guy, Cannon. Cannon and Jessica are growing on me. So I will be in the corridor. Please call for me at any time. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes. But it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river. Thanks. Let me cry alone for just a bit. Yes. Excuse me. Cannon bowed once again and closed the door. He thought those words would give her some courage. But now it felt as though he'd actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. As Cannon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him. Oh gosh. This is gonna be some Beatrice shit. I swear to fucking Christ. Which is good. I need some Beatrice music in my life today. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside. A dark, gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. Oh, we're back to that one. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Until I could understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person. You really don't understand a woman's heart, do you? At times like that, you ought to silently remain by her side. Cackle, cackle. That's why you're furniture. You. There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been empty of it had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. Redundant writing moment. You can't use the it had been an empty hallway. Come on. This is such a translation issue. I feel like if they had just gone through this one more time, they could have made the writing a little tighter. But those scoffing words approached Cannon from behind. When he turned around, he saw that witch. However, her dialogue is always freaking great. That witch, who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica. There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. I can think of more than 3. I think Rosa knows at least 2. That's so bad, I can't believe I said that. 1 is to hurt them with a blade. Another is to hurt them in their heart. The last way is the most difficult and most effective method of hurting them. And yet it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what I mean? How could I know? I don't even want to know. It's to betray their expectations. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They make up dreams all on their own and end up hurting their own selves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You couldn't understand. You have no idea how deeply you've wounded Jessica. After all, you're furniture. Cackle, 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 cackle. I have no intention of playing along with your nonsense. Did you appear only to sneer at me? Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Cackle, cackle. Still, though you might not be worthy of my time on your own, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's all I need. The pleasure that comes from laughing at the fates of young couples never tires me. What did you say? You don't mean my lady's going to be... I need 2 who are close for the sacrifices of the second twilight. The 2 of you are truly convenient. Wait! Don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become sacrifices for the second twilight. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Cackle. Ha 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 ha. That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you cannot become human. Then there should be no problem. If you won't admit you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I will kill her. Why? You idiot! Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Ooh, what face is she doing right now? Oh my gosh, that is ferocious. She's fangs. Following the rules of the ceremony, 13 people will be sacrificed on my whims. However, there's no rule saying I can't kill more. If it amuses me, I can kill any number of people, so I will. Make me laugh as hard as I can. Cannon, the furniture. At that time, Cannon definitely heard Jessica scream. When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. In that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor doing nothing, and the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted to be the person by her side to be him. Oh, fuck. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced. Almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Milady! Cannon-kun, help! Cannon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed a cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Ew. Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Cannon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair. Cannon-kun, Cannon-kun. It's okay. While there's still life in me, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Come out, Beatrice. Are you happy now? As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Cannon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Dude, run! Pick her up and run! Oh, there she is in her fit. Then she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Cannon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation. Plus, it was more fun. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Now everything fits the plot. Now you're a carp on the chopping board. No, since we've got a pair of you, should I call it duck with green onions? Ha 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 ha. Run the fuck away. Please stand back. I'll protect you, milady. When the princess and knight come together, it's inevitable the witch will appear. Yes, why don't you show how much power Kinzo's furniture can muster? She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up and began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. It was just like the swirling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. Run the fuck away! From that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground. But what is this? What the hell is this? Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now. And her mouth kept flapping. Who is that? Who wears gloves? None of them wear gloves. What the fuck? Who is that? Yeah, they're wearing different ties. Oh shit. Who the fuck is that? Is that a dog? What the fuck? What? It was a bite of wisdom. Seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. It's a giant goat man. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served, but its face was wrong. It looked strange. It was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. and to symbolize its non-human status, it had 2 horns. It was the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her, it couldn't be explained with common sense, so she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world, but there were some things that even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch and was after her life, and apparently the witch had already given it the order. She was looking at Cannon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an Really? She was looking at him, Cannon, with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze? Come on, writing, do better. As though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. I want to see if they give us a better look at him. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet, you could see in the way it carried itself it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch, and you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectations. Well then, why don't you show me? Let's see the power of Kinzo's furniture. This time, don't get the wrong idea, okay? Don't forget it that you're furniture, got it? If you try to continue playing the human even now, this won't be settled by your death alone. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Cannon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Oh shit. What the hell is that? Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now, that was enough. Cannon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. "Milady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leave the wall." What? Cackle, cackle, cackle. It's only right for the maiden to obediently hide behind the great knight's back. I do hope you enjoy the pleasure of having your life protected by a man. Now, Cannon, let's have a look at your blade. What? Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture. Kinzo might even reach up as far as my feet. Homunculus theory is being proven more and more correct by the second. A thing like this can even be used to trim the roses. Cannon-kun, what's... I didn't want to show you. So you've taken it out. How does it feel to expose your subhumanity in front... Oh! I was right about fucking... I was right about homunculus theory. Holy shit. I think I was fucking right. Damn. I'm fucking right. They actually just aren't human. Be silent. I got a cool knife now. So you'll act composed even though you're really burning with wrath. Yes, they do say truly hot flames burn a cool blue. Is that how you are now? There's no way I can kill you with my power. You are the moon. I could never smash the moon by throwing a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you've had to reflect your image off the surface of the water. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon's image for some time. But that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So, until this life of mine is over, I'll keep striking your reflection. I like it, Cannon. Begin, furniture. Photosensitivity warning, folks. Oh, what a beautiful curve. The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and for just an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis. Am I dreaming? Come, furniture of the witch. I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. I was not expecting the fucking anime battles. Oh, he's down. A strand of red had been left on Cannon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly. Feel free to mutter excuses about how your instinct This is very profound. Oh my gosh. Alright. So take it back. Don't call Cannon Kun furniture again, my lady. Hold up, I'm gonna go get another beer. I'll be right back. Okay. Hmm. Oh wait, I'm gonna open this beer. It's a swing top. It's gonna be super loud when it opens. I hope the mic picks it up. Oh, that was super bad. Oh, that wasn't even a good pop. What the fuck? That was supposed to be like 6 times louder. I'm so fucking disappointed. That is so unreal. Where's my music? Kuhahaha. Wahahaha. Be silent, human. Let's end this quickly, since this is just the second twilight after all. Now I shall sacrifice the two who are close, who have acknowledged each other's dignity. Well then, arise. Forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust. There's nothing lustful about that. The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Who the fuck is that? Why is she not wearing pants? What the fuck? Why is she not wearing pants? Girl, what the fuck? It's anime. Okay, yep, it's anime. It's Asmodeus of Lust. Right here. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly execute the second twilight. Don't keep me waiting, got it? As you command. Another weirdo showed up. It took Cannon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with vastly different value. Wow, I must be lucky to be given such a wonderful prey, but I'm not wearing any fucking pants. How is she business on top and party on bottom like that? Yeah, I'm drinking Lensburger Pilsner. Some very expensive European shit. From Flensburg, Germany, from the Flensburger Bierbrauerei. It's very good. How cute. Giggle, giggle. Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you. You're acting pretty smart for a dunce who can't even follow me with his eyes. Here I go, okay? Hey, where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie. The scene is so crazy the first time you read Umineko. I'll pierce you good wherever you want. Come on, answer me, cutie. Don't call me cute. Here I go, you dunce. Come on, try to follow me, you blind idiot. Kya ha 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 ha. There's no way she just got him with the pot pan combo. Milady. I can't believe she just got him with the pots and pans combo. I couldn't follow it with my eyes. She was too fast. But my guess was spot on. Serves you right. Cannon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned... Pots and pans are overpowered. She hadn't planned on it being some act of... She just couldn't think of any other way to protect Cannon's... Oh no! The furniture, the witch, which had changed its form into a demon's stake, was buried into Jessica's back. It was obviously a fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted. What's wrong, Cannon? Milady Jessica just got killed while you still lived, didn't she? Yes, that's it. That face. That look on your face is what I wanted to see. How truly enjoyable. That's enough. Die. Make me laugh. Come, arise, forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, wrath. Oh, we're gonna get another one. And she's not wearing pants either. What the fuck? None of these girls wear pants. This is Satan, by the way. Right here. This prey is yours. Eat him up now and close the curtains on his stage. So I think it's interesting. Avo is killed by lust in the first act. Episode 2 killed Jessica. And both times Wrath kills Cannon. If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down, but since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage. I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again. Oh, what's this? You want to be killed by me again? Oh, she knows! Your chest. It's so warm and it feels so good to pierce it. Come on, let me have another taste, okay? Won't you make me feel really good with that hot, fresh blood and that warm chest of yours? Kya ha 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 ha. Oh my god, he got hit with the pots and pans too. That's so fucked up. There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room, and before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in chess, the rules say that it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result, in accordance with the rules. Cannon landed on his knees, and he apologized, not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. We still don't know his real name. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Don't worry about it. You were really cool. Cannon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini. You know, Cannon-kun, you aren't furniture anymore. Yes, I was. Too late in realizing that. I wanted to ask you what your real name was. My real name is... Ah... Oh, that sucks. He can't tell his real name to her. I became Hugh. Those are the last words Cannon left behind. Don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture will still be furniture. Have you heard of anyone stupid enough to dig a grave for their furniture when they throw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so that's all that's left is ashes. Cackle, cackle, cackle. It's how it is. Furniture gets no tombstone. It seems you believe death means an end to your humiliation, but that's naive. I'll show you what it really means to disgrace the dead. Jesus Christ. Cackle, cackle, cackle. After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke of Cannon's corpse. When she did, Cannon's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a moth. By a mouth in an empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they probably would say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far cooler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. Did we just roll back? Damn, we just rolled back like 20 minutes. I see. So it has begun. Yes. Even though Kinzo had received news of 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was hard to imagine that such an expression could ever appear on a father who had lost so many children at once. Goda and Cannon followed Rosa-sama's orders and went to call the police. After that, she ordered us to follow your orders, Master. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Mere phones will serve no purpose. Should I have them stop? Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they please. Yes, sir. What should we tell Rosa-sama? Didn't I say they should pass the time as they please? They can sing if they want, dance if they want. They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling kettle. Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like. If that's too boring, they can just wonder about 6 times 9 equals 42 or something. That's the answer to the mystery of humanity and the universe. Okay, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Okay. Yes, my apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at his sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to speak out of turn. Shannon couldn't help but regret saying that too much. However, you two are also free to do as you wish. Genji, and Shannon too. You've done well in serving me until today. Your words are too good for me. But, we are furniture who have sworn to serve the master. We stand ready to serve you no matter the time. Till the very end. I want to tell you about everything. Shannon, I'm going to write a will. I shall need you to transcribe it for me. Please, Genji, my usual drink. Huh? Yes, sir. Nanjo often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time he had, Kinzo would gone mad with rage. Ever since then, you'd think will would have been the word Kinzo hated the most. After hearing such a word come from his lips, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Okay, so now the heir to the Ishiramiya family is George. Congratulations. Dead. Dead. That means nobody can stop you from marrying Shannon. Congratulations, George. Well, maybe Rosa, but I don't think she's really gonna do shit here. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji followed his orders and began preparing that usual green, evil drink. I'm ready. Where should I begin? Shall I also speak of my life? It would be fun to leave behind a record of my most memorable games. It can be truly amusing to read the records of old games from centuries past. Oh no, we will have a child bride. Yeah, George, there's in this timeline, there's nobody stopping George from going to the island. He's going to Little St. James. So, should the game record of my life? My life lead those in the future to go on a journey and search for my thoughts? For a while, Kinzo pondered over where he should begin, strutting all over the room with his hands behind his back. Master. Here. Ah, yes. Thank you, my friend. Well then. If I am to speak of my life, I must begin writing of my meeting with that witch. Shannon, begin writing. My first meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back. What year of the Showa era was it? Must have been at the end of the war, so... Flashback? Are we actually going to see young Kinzo? I literally said this on my last stream. I wanted to see young Kinzo. Ah, damn it. No young Kinzo. Fuck. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents we'd catch the culprit. It would be a lie to say we weren't still torn up. Even now, if we let our guards down just a little, we'd probably start rampage, just like Jessica, letting our emotions show with some kind of violence. According to what Goda-san said after he got back, right now, Cannon-kun was looking after Jessica. Apparently, she was still very emotionally high-strung. I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It would probably be better if we left them alone for now. Rosa-san, there is nothing more to be gained by remaining here. The phones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation. I agree with Dr. Nanjo. Staying in a place like this for too long will be bad for your health. I will make some... Let us return and make some black tea. That's Rosa tea, dude. You can't have that. Yeah, I agree with that. Battler-kun, George-kun, you ready? Let's lock up here. We ought to leave this place as it is anyways for when the police come. You're right. Battler-kun, are you okay? Yeah. I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence during their thorough investigation, but we weren't adult enough to wait for that. I'd investigated the chapel my own way, trying to grab the culprit before the police arrived, and what I figured out was absolutely nothing, frustratingly. I wasn't able to find a single hint. Come on, let's go out. Okay, I gotta start looking at my phone. Come on, let's go out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Ugh. Come, come, Maria Sama, let us return. It's cold here. Father, mother, thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit. Dad, Kairi-san, just looking at their faces, it looked like they were sleeping. But that just made it even more painful. Forgive me for leaving you in a cold place like this. I'll definitely get whoever did this. These fuckers are all gonna die again. But what I'm wondering here is like, my biggest question right now is why are they telling this story again differently? The first time it happened, Beatrice said something like to Battler, they did like a cutout where they pulled out of the scene. And they're like, "Oh, you won't be able to, there's not without a doubt that magic shit happened here because blah 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 blah." I feel like I just don't know enough about what's going on to even like begin breaking it down. No matter what. Oh, that's a cool detail they did. What is this? What a repulsive scribble. Did the culprit draw it? This is worse than vulgar. How horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about the creepy scribble for the first time. When we first found this, it was already drawn here. It must have been made by the culprit. So supposedly the culprit was a witch, and this is a magic circle to summon a demon or something. This is the seventh magic circle of the sun. Don't you even know that? Ouch. Yeah, you. Don't I tell you not to be so fucking creepy all the time? Maria, go on. What does it mean? It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And that part written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains, and I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and I will call on the name of the Lord in Hebrew." That doesn't look like Hebrew to me. Sacrifice of thanksgiving? Is there a turkey involved? So they killed father and the rest to use them as human sacrifices for this magic circle? Calm down, George Kuhn. This is the culprit trying to provoke us. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. Thinking about it will only poison the heart. And it looks like there's some English written here as well. Happy Halloween for Maria. I get it. And the key to open this door was handed over to Maria. Is this what's going on? Well, this is the chapel after all. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria Chan, but the Virgin Mary. In that case, you could read this as blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. They say witches who make contracts with demons swear to defile God's name at all times. In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime. Sounds like you know a lot about it. Did you really get that from Maria? Yeah, something like that. Wait, who said that? The chapel, huh? They went to all the trouble of calling them out here and killing them. Aunt Rosa, does this chapel have some special meaning? What do you mean a special meaning? Well, someone carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and set up these elaborate decorations. I think they were already in the chapel, to be fair. We can't tell if she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or if she killed them before carrying them over here. But either way, it'd take a lot of effort. Well, I feel like you could just investigate and like look for like marks in the grass or like any signs of struggle or I mean, if this wasn't like a witch who did this, if you just wanted to do it purely forensically. Why did the culprit want 6 people to die here? True. By doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance of some disadvantageous evidence being found when the police arrive. It is inconceivable that the culprit would fail to realize this. The issue now is why the culprit went to all that effort. And that leads us to just one question. What is the meaning to what meaning is there to this place where we found the 6 corpses? This chapel was important to Father. Ever since I was a kid, I was given strict instructions never to enter it. Ugh! I came here once, got in lots of trouble. Ugh! An important chapel? Does it have something to do with the connection to the Ashiramiya head family? I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred, and he treasured it so much that he had redecorated it several times. But as everyone knows, Father wasn't a devout believer, and as his passion for black magic demonstrates, I'd never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God. Is Kinzo a Christian? As far as I know, the master has never come here. We even call this the Sealed Chapel, and I found it eerie, like a haunted house. Even though Father even never approached it himself for some reason, he made the servants give it a major cleansing several times a year. It felt like he kept it clean all the times that they could use it at any moment. Also, it's interesting that this chapel is never once mentioned in episode 1 at all. I don't even think we see any like of the art for it. So why are we seeing it now? Ah, gosh. And even so, it's called the Sealed Chapel. Maybe it's indiscreet to say this, but doesn't that sound pretty cool? Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of grandfather's, right? Have you heard anything about it? I did ask about it once long ago, but forgot exactly how he dodged my question. That's right, I believe he said something like, someday perhaps I too will receive a blessing here. There. But unless a miracle occurs, that day will never come. What does that mean? What would he do in a chapel? He couldn't even mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo-san. He was a man much more focused on the living, focused on the living now than matters. Reading is really hard. He was a man much more focused on the living now than matters occurring after death. Though this does seem to be the root cause of the current inheritance problem. Then what would he do in a chapel? Pray? Aren't confessions done in a chapel too? Anyways, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, in Grandfather's eyes, all this about not being blessed unless a miracle occurred was set in stone as far back as this chapel's construction. How do you know that? See, it's clearly written over here. Look, right there. George Aniki pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. The rust made it clear that the message had been there ever since the chapel's construction. I'm not that good with English. What is it? This door is opened only at probability of... Sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after failing to finish even the first 2 lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. I think it said went MBTQ. How many times did I that mean? I think Anyways, this is incredible. Adding up all the fingers on both hands doesn't even get you that close. It really would be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Certainly. It's quite reminiscent of old Kinzo-san, who loves using gambling as a metaphor whenever he got a chance. This talk about the message on the chapel is very important. I suggest you write it in your notes. Let me get my notes open. Oh my god. Gotta get the notes open. Let's see here. It said... This door is only open at the probability of... There's two... Okay, there's two lines. Is the line it wouldn't be possible unless a miracle occurred? Old Kinzo-san. Hey, come on, can everyone read it? Someone tell me what it means too. Hehehehe. You've gotta at least learn English. Dude, he grew up with his mom. He didn't have the same fucking high quality education as the rest of his fucking kids. MBTQ. How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mind your own business. So what's written there? Simply put, it means something like this. Unless a miracle occurs, this door will never be opened. Unless a miracle occurs, you will never be blessed. Never be blessed. Grandfather's magic is based on astronomically low probabilities. In other words, a miracle for opening this door would probably require an incredibly vast amount of magical power. Ouch. Nice job. You can shut the fuck up now. Rosa-san, did you have Maria take an English class? Take English classes? Looks like it's useless to try to learn English unless you start when you're young after all. The sealed chapel, huh? Setting aside whether she was actually a witch, she was a witch or not, it's rumored that Beatrice actually existed several decades ago and was grandfather's mistress. This is just my imagination, but perhaps the master truly did love Beatrice Sama. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. I see. If Beatrice was dead and could be revived with the magic of a miracle, then now that grandmother's dead, he could marry her openly. Also, there's that whole detail where they keep saying that Beatrice is dead. God, I still have this bruise on my fucking forehead. It's gonna piss me off all fucking week. I fucking know it. Oh my god. And my foot's asleep. Oh my gosh. And if they married in this chapel, you might end up with a pretty fairy tale like story, right? Kinzo was the ultimate simp. I don't think that story is so preposterous. It's a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice deeply. But what is love if it's not like this insane? Also, though I said I found it creepy, I seem to remember that the interior of the chapel is quite magnificent. The thought that father built this chapel in hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress might not be that unlikely. By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. Why do I have a bruise on my forehead? Because I like walked and like I banged my head on my car. Because I'm such a klutz. I can't even like. I'm I'm just such a terrible klutz. I can't help it. I'm still trying to solve the whole fucking portrait prophecy too. I'm still trying to figure out what the goal is. And he thought that if a miracle occurred, they could be married here. I see. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice Sama as well. Even though he knew the chapel would never be opened, it's a story of tragic love. Oh, the best love is tragic love. Even though Goda-san was bigger than me, his words were touching. Wait, Goda's huge? Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view. Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinzo-san was quite romantic in his younger days. I think I understand how he felt. Every young man understands how he feels. Every man's first love should be unrequited, in my opinion. I don't know, that's my thoughts. All love is best left unrequited, actually. Fuck that. I think I said that when I was streaming Kingdom Come Deliverance back a couple months ago. I wonder. Then again, everyone went in 4 times a year to clean it, right? So much for it being the sealed chapel. Didn't we just go in ourselves? That wasn't a miracle or anything. We brought the key, click, and we're in. That's all. This is ridiculous. But yeah, what they're trying to say, Battler, is that Beatrice and the rest got in without the key in the first place. And I think they said there was only one key. Huh? What? Then what does that mean? What are you talking about? As far as I could tell, I'd just been joking around, finding myself a bit irritated by the sob story this was turning into. But then Aunt Rosa suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Aunt Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door, and then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth. What's the matter, Rosa-sama? Hey, Goda-san! The key to this chapel. Didn't Genji-san say it? He said there was only one. Huh? It took you all the way to It took you all way too long to figure it out. When a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults. And okay, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Fuck that. She could have just opened the door before. Fucking, she opened the door with the key and then gave it in the envelope to Maria. Let's be fucking real here. Come on. That's bullshit. There's no way Battler doesn't call that out. It sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kids who did get it gets all disappointed. If such a prank then gets sprung on someone much later, it could really make a kid's day. Maria's celebration just looked a lot like that. Yeah, that's right. There is only one of those keys. It's the key to the Master's treasured chapel, so there is only one, with no duplicates. It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant's room, but... That's right. And Genji-san said it has gone missing. Someone stole it, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Maria? Okay, so this goes back to if it's not a witch and there actually is a killer, then the only person who could have done it is someone who has intimate knowledge of the Yoshirimiya family mansion's, like, operations. Which basically could be any of the siblings, except they're all dead again. So it's gotta be one of the servants. Like, if it's one of the killers, like Shannon, Goda, Genji, Nanjo are like my 4. Kumasawa is too fucking old to do that shit. And they did it yesterday. What the? So in other words, isn't that strange? Battler, let's fucking flip the chessboard around here and think of it. They could have just opened it and then gave it to Maria. This is getting bizarre. What do you mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Me neither. Would you explain it for us? Get Goda and Nanjo's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's possession. There's no mistake. It was locked up. I unlocked it. Oh, wait. That's what fucked me up. That's what's gonna fuck me up there. It's the fact it was unlocked whenever Maria had the key. Still, would it really be that much of a jump to assume that somebody has a second key? That really doesn't seem like a jump. There's no doubt. Aunt Rosa kept closing the door, locking it, pulling on the check the lock, and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale again. Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened this door, it was definitely locked. With this key, it was in an envelope placed in Maria's care, and that happened yesterday before noon. What did you say? But that doesn't make any sense. You're right. Unless there's just a second key, which makes a lot of logical sense. But I think Beatrice wants us to think there's only one key. She could have poisoned them. You're right. Maria received only a one-of-a-kind key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. I must go get my third beer. I will be right back. Yeah, when I only have 4 beers, I might as well make use of it and drink them fast. This time I'm gonna pop this beer open. It's gonna be so fucking loud. Ah, yeah. I hope that fucking picked up on the mic. That is a fucking pop. Just the most degenerate shit tonight. Hell yeah. How did they get those 6 people in here? And then how did they kill them? Oh my god, we're getting a diagram again. The depths of 6 people. The deaths of 6 people has shaken us badly. When we learned about that weird magic circle and the history of the chapel, we felt as though we'd figured out at least part of this puzzle out. But that was all absolutely trivial. From midday yesterday until this morning, this chapel was a closed room. But our parents were with us until last night. How did the culprit get into this building? And how did they lock up again? What are you trying to pull? Again? A closed room. Again. Are you trying to say you unlocked it with the power of magic? I really like the dialogue where they pull back like this and then Battler and her arguing. I think it's fucking peak. If you're demanding that I show how to open locks with my power, I wouldn't mind. But that wouldn't be the same as me forcing you to surrender. If you keep trying to explain it all with humans, only when I've cornered all your theories completely will I have my victory. Come now, how will you undermine my defenses? What trick could a human have used to defeat them, It's just like the closed rooms last time. Not enough information. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made. Any trick could work. There's no way to reason it out. Ha! That again? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see. Your information is uncertain, so it's impossible to use your reasoning. This is always the excuse you humans use to let yourselves stop thinking. Who do you think you are, lowly human? Are you saying you can't even think unless you're like Laplace's demon? Okay, I have to look up what Laplace is again. I've heard that phrase before. Pier Simon Laplace. French polymath scholar. Physics. Okay, he's like Goethe. Oh, Laplace's demon. In the history of science, is a notable published articulation of casual determinism. If someone, the demon, knows the precise location and momentum of every particle in the universe, their past and future values for any given time are entailed. They could be calculated from the laws of classical mechanics. Shit, I would have to read about this. This is not a 2 beers type of reading. This is like a 6 beers type of reading. Besides, you'd make it seem... Yeah, it's a philosophical thought experiment. You make it seem like a lack of information works against you, but it's the other way around, you see. The more information you're given, the more it will make you suffer. It'll only increase the compressor that's squeezing you. Cackle, cackle. Oh, in that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is a closed room in the first place. If we're already talking about demons, I could play that game too. It'd be possible to prove this isn't a closed room. Just show you how someone could have gone in or out and you're done. But it's possible to prove that this is a closed room. You could never deny the endless set of possible methods for getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved. The old locked room mystery. This concept of a closed room is actually something that can never be proved. So first you stop thinking, with a lack of information as an excuse, and now this? Very well. If that is your move, then I will accept it. Continue. First off, it looks like you're trying to claim that the chapel is a closed room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there, and I couldn't find any way in or out except for that door. But that just means I couldn't find one. It doesn't prove that it was a closed room. If there's a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, your premise would be blown away completely. In other words, whether I manage to find a hidden door or not, I'll never be able to deny that there existed some method X that had let you into the closed room. And this method X would be something that could be carried out without magic. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure that in this chapel, there's some hidden door that's impossible to find. What those letters? MBTQ. BTQ. Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. It's not gonna be that easy. Oh my lord. That's why there's no reason for me to reason it out, and magic still is. Dude, there could just be a second key. I thought I could just Google it and I'd get like some occult shit. Oh, so you use that logic. How naive. An expected move. Let me make my move in response. These closed rooms used in detective novels made by mere humans always seem utterly ridiculous to me. Why? Because they're used the wrong way. When a closed room appears in a detective novel, do you really think it's a closed room? You don't, do you? I don't. What trick did they use to make this look like a closed room? That's what you'd think. In other words, there hasn't been a completely completed closed room in any of the closed room murders that humans have built over the last century. Oh, better not say that, unless you want to face the wrath of mystery fans. Christie's probably grinding her teeth in her grave. But I am different. I've given birth to a true closed room, and I can demonstrate it. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, you only had to bring someone a demon to prove they exist, correct? Well, I conveniently happen to be a witch, meaning that demons are my good friends, and I can bring you as many of them as you like. Sounds great. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel, or were carried through it. How do you plan to beat... I think even that's a big jump. There could just be two keys, Battler. Is it that crazy to imagine Beatrice might have her own key? I really don't think it's that big of a jump. With this, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, 6 definitely entered through the door. Huh? Dumps. The door was locked, so how'd they do it? I opened it with magic and invited them inside. That can't be true. Since I can't accept magic, there's no way I'll accept that. You're lying. That door could be opened with some trick. Or maybe there's a hidden door, but I won't accept it any other way. Perpetual check. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. It's the same endless repetition as a discussion that won't advance because both sides deny the basis of each other's claims, like our game. Yeah, but what Beatrice doesn't understand is that you're in perpetual check, there's no winner. You're just tied. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In most games, this would be resolved as a draw, but that would be a terrible damper on our fun. We will have no draws. You will either accept me or submit to me, or you will deny me. At least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish. Cackle, cackle. I like that attitude. So, I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between the two of us. A new rule? I bet this will be something that gives you an advantage, right? Of course not. I'll give you the thing people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is a lack of information. And if you are given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by rejecting the source. Isn't that convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I'm offering to eliminate that convenient excuse of yours. You should thank me. You say they entered through the door, and I said that couldn't happen. Are you calling me that an evasive answer? Exactly. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red. That's bullshit. Fuck that. Also, from now on is not freaking in red. So fuck that. She's not even telling the truth. Fuck her. She's not telling the truth regardless. I don't care if she's using red or not. She's a fucking liar. What is this? Keep explaining. No matter what magical move I use, you can always keep running away by chanting lack of information and by rejecting the source. Yeah, but what is truth, Beatrice? Fuck you. I'll play so fast and loose with this shit. Even though I would still win that way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I'll be happy to give you the information and sources you'd so desire. However, you'll probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike our posture of searching out our best moves for our own goals. Whoop whoop, red truth has been introduced. Fuck red truth. But that won't make it a game. So I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth. There's absolutely no need to doubt it. That's not in red. That's not in red. There is a need to doubt it. Because this shit's in white. Fuck her. I don't trust anything she says. Are you telling me to believe that? This is a game between you and me. I don't like red truth. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take that lightly are not qualified to play. Okay, I get you. I'll accept that rule. Even an elementary school could get into endless arguments and find a fault with everything. Then let's start it up again and continue where we left off. I'll say it one more time. Dad and the rest used a hidden door to enter the chapel or were carried in through it. Then I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the six definitely entered through the door. Is there any proof? Stop! I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red. And when I do, I will not bear the responsibility of establishing that claim by... That's so bullshit. I don't have to tell you because I'm telling the truth. You have to take me at my word because I'm 100% telling the truth, and you can't, and you're not allowed to ask me anything more. This is such bullshit from her. They will simply be facts and the truth. She's Ben fucking Piero. My reason is simple. I carried out all the crimes of magic. That's in white. That's in fucking white. She's lying. She didn't fucking do that shit. So for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff and show you how it's done. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be as barbaric as ignoring victory and defeat in a chess match and punching your opponent in the face. Well, that makes sense. Since you're a witch, there's no need for you to show evidence for what happened, since you could do anything with magic. Damn it. Talk about an unfair game. So, shall we resume once more? The six definitely entered through the door. I'm such a fucking stickler. Now, every time she doesn't say something in fucking red, I'm just gonna assume she's lying off her ass. And when I see it that she's typing shit in red, I'm gonna assume she's lying twice as hard. Or so that she's just doing it to manipulate me. I unlocked it with magic. It's not in red. How will you get around this magic? This closed room. He has the key. Genji-san and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove. The culprit secretly made a duplicate key. Only one key to the chapel exists. Okay, then she didn't use the key. Arg. Then what about this? The culprit made something other than a legitimate key and opened it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire. A tool for picking locks. What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. That's bullshit. I don't believe that for a fucking second. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, right? That's a lie! That's a fucking lie! Oh shit. Okay, never mind. You guys are logic bombing me. I just have no trust in Beatrice at all. I don't remember what you said about talking colors the other night. Oh wait, you said it was gonna be like fucking really complicated, and that's where the real shit starts. There's something wrong with the door itself. There was some way to pass through it even while it was locked. As to what that is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe it's like those big doors on a castle that have a smaller door in them. It's possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering. Oh, I love Battler. Is this the best century of human wisdom can manage, Battler? When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Assuming you can't use magic, right? Cackle. Is it about time for checkmate? Not even close. You said those 6 people entered through a door, but you didn't say it was the front door. They might have entered through another door, or a secret one. You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Then let me expand on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. That's screwed up. The door was locked, but it was impossible to unlock without the use of that single key, and yet 6 people entered through it. How? With magic, you say? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wah! Are we already seeing the limits of what humanity can manage? Then shout out that you resign. When one admits defeat, it's customary to shout it out and knock over their king. So, do you resign? Then announce your surrender and knock over your king by kneeling. Then you may kiss my shoes. There could be no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Damn it! It's useless, useless, useless. So I can't win against the witch. This isn't chess at all. I've been made to take the losing side in a chess puzzle. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can manage? That's the one thing I'll never let happen. Either I will surrender or you will. There could be no other resolution. And what happened to that bravery? What happened to that bravery you displayed when you said this would be torture for us both? Hey, 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 what a disappointment. What a total letdown. What did you say? Ushiramiya Battlier? Damn it. What should I do? What should I do? I can't see it. I can't see the place where I'll face checkmate. It's useless. It's useless. All my hard-fought moves have been nothing more than me desperately moving my king around, running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from check. Even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see my checkmate is in my future. Ah, damn it! After a few more moves, I can see where I'll face checkmate. Don't give up, Ushiramiya Battler. I can see myself getting closed in upon, and if I spin the chessboard around, I should be able to anticipate her next move, right? Remember what Kairi-san said. When you're thinking about something, then the closer you get to the very, very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Spin it around. Spin the chessboard around. Ellipses. What happened? You fell silent all of a sudden. Fear not. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, all that remains is the joy of entrusting your fate entirely to the hands of your new master. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Come on, cry out in resignation. I can't hear you. Speak up and say it, clearly. Enough babbling. You're just refusing to listen. So I'll say it once more. I won't resign. Continue. Resume the game. Oh? Very well. It is your turn, after all. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I made the mistake of thinking this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I realized that it all could be a weapon for me. It all comes down to this. Please do give it a try. I've been focusing all this time on how they entered the closed room of the chapel. That approach was useless. It's useless. It's all useless. Spin the chessboard around. That's right. I was thinking about it backwards. This is how I should approach it. How was the chapel, which wasn't a closed room in the first place, made to look like a closed room? Well, it was given in an envelope to Maria. But then we know Maria didn't break the wax seal to the letter containing the key. Here it comes. The thinking technique humans gave birth over the course of a century. Give it a try. Say this in red for me. If you can't, then refuse. Here I go. Does this man intend to reverse his defensive posture? Impudence. I get that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there's only one key. But wait. The question is whether that key really was handed over to Maria yesterday before noon. My, but you're dragging this on. Do try to get to the point. It's something like this. We've been under the impression that the key been unusable since midday yesterday. So we've assumed that it was a closed room from midday yesterday until this morning. I want to hear you say that this impression of ours is a solid fact. Interesting. So you turn your reasoning not to the door, but to the key. Yesterday, Maria received an envelope from you. She didn't open it, but she might have felt it and known there was a key inside. But it's not like she'd have been able to confirm absolutely that this was the key to the chapel. Here's what I'm getting at. The thing inside the envelope given to Maria was a fake. If you think about it, what you're saying is it's ridiculous. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. The key word is this morning. Somebody could have taken the letter out of Maria's handbag, used the key, sealed it in a new envelope, and put it back in. Oh shit. Get fucked, Beatrice. I'm on your shit. It wasn't a fake, as you suggest. I know that much. I'll continue. In that case, when Maria first received the envelope, the thing inside it was definitely the same key to the chapel, right? Oh. See what I'm getting at? Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside. And you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized it had a key inside. Later on, Aunt Rosa used this. Bro is literally down there too. So all it would have taken is for somebody to sneak in and swap the letters out, open it, and... I'm like thinking, shit, I need more beer before I like start thinking this hard. Later on, Aunt Rosa used the thing inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel. And that's why we assumed it was the key to the chapel all along. This is the suspicious part. So is this what you're trying to say? When I entrusted to Maria the key was a fake? And then by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing. That's exactly what I'm saying. What's wrong, Beatrice-sama? You've been looking a bit pale for a while now, huh? Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. You don't have to tell me how to pronounce it, Beatrice. I've been pronouncing it right from the beginning. Beato will do. It's your turn, Beato. Beata Maria. The turn of the Golden Witch. Let's see you dodge this. Very well. The keys of the chapel. This is all freaking useless. The key to the chapel was truly the object inside the envelope I gave to Maria. How about the envelope was always in Maria's handbag? Come on, this is too easy. He's got to have her by the balls here. I'll move forward. Can you repeat in red? It's now even you say it. You truly are Battler too. It's all useless. That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision until Aunt Rosa opened it. Oh shit. If you can't say it, then you refuse. Check. I refuse. I've spun it all around with just one move. Now it's your king on the run, Beato. I have a reason for refusing. It regards the definition of the phrase under her supervision. In its purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes around it around the clock for it to be true. But Maria didn't go that far. It may have been completely under his supervision when she took it out of her handbag. Oh my gosh. But after she put it inside, it disappeared from her field of vision. In that sense, the phrase under her supervision would be inappropriate, so I couldn't use the red. Nothing more. That's bullshit. I'll bet that move hurt. And your face tells me you've guessed the next move. Sorry. I'm kind to women, which is why the first time I met both my cousin and my cousin's love interest for the first time in 6 years, I asked them to let me touch their breasts. This is actually what Battler did. He's kind to women, by the way. I don't hurt them. And I never betray a woman's expectations. It's time for you to repeat it in red if you think you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Aunt Rosa took out the envelope. Yeah, there's a reason why Battler didn't say that one in red. Battler would be like, I respect women. That text is in fucking white. I will also refuse this one. I won't explain the reason. That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain it. It's that you can't explain it. Battler can't use red. Bro is a player. That's wrong. Oh wait. That move gives us checkmate, doesn't it? Ugh. If you can't do it, what is this song? I'm fucking flying. I wish I had more beer. This is so fucked up. If you can't do it, then I'll explain. The keys of the chapel was really in the envelope you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning, Aunt Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete superstition. There's no need for magic. It's a closed room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Aunt Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a closed room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it by morning. Can you say it in red? Repeat it. If you can say it, then say it. Checkmate. Objection. I never played Ace Attorney, but I feel like that would be one of those moments. Let's check again. Not yet. I removed the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa, that's such a bullshit argument. Fucking Beatrice, fuck you. Just a different envelope, dumbass. Really? Then try saying it. Repeat it. The envelope handed... He's fucking on it. Battler knows what the fuck's up. The envelope handed over midday yesterday. Phoenix Wright from Ace Attorney's a Battler inspiration? That's awesome. The envelope handed over midday yesterday and the one Maria opened are the same thing. That I can repeat. The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Okay, then I guess they reused the wax seal. Well, the same thing is such a weird phrase, even. Ha! It's useless. It's all useless. That doesn't even matter anymore. I expected more from you. I figured that you were a bit better at reading between the lines. You'd resign right here. So I'm disappointed. You betrayed my expectations. What? What? Who cares if the envelopes are the same? Envelopes can be sealed with wax over and over. The key inside is what's important. This time it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll say it one more time. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Maria opened the envelope. How could I, against a lowly human with basic deductive reasoning skills? Keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repeat it. Key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't even used once until Maria opened the envelope. If you're gonna yell, then say you resign. This settles it. This isn't the truth. Before Aunt Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point it passed to someone else's hands. They've used it, resealed it, and returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. Also, to be fair, this whole timeline hasn't even established the fact that Kinzo threw the ring out the door, but that's neither here nor there. This is a trick with a cheap loophole. The assumption that the key wasn't used because the sealing wax wasn't opened. Checkmate! There's no magic, and there's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans. In that case, who do you say stole the key? Try answering. This time, you try repeating it. That's right. I'm making you repeat all the things this time. I probably have the answer every once in a while. But I refuse! I actually don't have the answer, and I need some more time to keep thinking on it. Oh, this has been one of the best fucking dialogue nights. I'm fucking looking this shit up. My condition for victory is denying a witch's existence. I'll prove that this impossible crime done with your magic is actually possible by human hands. I've smashed your closed room with something possible for humans. This shit's so fucking crazy tonight. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is, because I believe in humans, because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible. Battler and Beatrice always have dialogue out of this planet. They fucking do. This has been like the most fun I've had with this game in like the past week, is reading their fucking dialogue. I give up. I resign. Now the real question is whether or not Battler could solve Disco Elysium. Just once, for this skirmish, I'll give up. But you really are naive, Battler. Parting remarks are a loser's privilege. Say as many as you like. Ugh. Since you continue to deny my existence, you will eventually be cornered. After all, since you deny me, you will have to suspect there are those relatives that you can't stop loving. The last moment, when you have to suspect one who is beloved to you, then you will surely accept my existence. Cackle, cackle. You have defeated me in this skirmish alone. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me after all. Ushira Miya bat the ear. Banger fucking dialogue scene. Banger fucking dialogue. Rose and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. So many things had happened since the early in the morning. Of course, they were high strung. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed, as though everything up until then had been a lie. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. Yeah, because her fucking mom isn't dead. Oh shit. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself. So even if she was dazed, she probably would look just as she did. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. You know, you can say all the mean shit you want about Beatrice. At least she left the TV on. Like, she nicked the cable line, she nicked the landline, but she's like, oh shit, I can't fuck with their TV. I gotta give them something to do while they're waiting on this island all day. That's super chill. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, Kumasawa came. Some lines are just not cool to cross. Yeah, you can't get rid of their TV. Especially, this is the 80s. Must we remind ourselves, we're in the 1980s. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. Like, Maria is not looking at YouTube shorts. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Then, when she heard the details from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock. Oh, of course you've contacted the police, right? Where's Kumasawa been all fucking day? What should we do at a time like this? Oh, what should we do? Please calm down and listen. It seems a machine somewhere was somehow done in by lightning last night. Yeah, that's what happened. Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones. What? Then until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police. Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. What? Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered up her head cleared up a little. I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George and Battler-kun too. What about Jessica, who's fucking dead right now? Rosa had been the youngest sibling, with a large difference in age between her and the others. I mean, George is like 23. I don't even know how old, like, Kraus... I don't know how old these guys are. Plus, I think it's interesting that they haven't marked Jessica and Cannon as dead yet, because I guess to us it's more important that Battler sees them and investigates it like objectively instead of like us seeing Beatrice's perspective, which is like Beatrice is doing all this to show us that it could be her that did it. I feel like, at least that's her goal, is to prove to Battler that the witch exists. So I feel like everything we see is just like shit that's trying to convince us that she exists. So she had always been treated as a child. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings. She had built up a complex. I hate that fucking word. That is such a bullshit English word. Because based on how it's used, it's either being pronounced complex or complex. Adjective complex. Noun complex. Fuck the English language. Becoming convinced of her own incompetence. So she had developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. But she no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the four Ushiramiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away, even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the head's representative. I'm not a child anymore. Not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table. Then she immediately remembered that the phones were down. Genji and Shannon, whom she had sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. You could say the pronunciation complex. Please ban me. That was such a bad joke. Wait, can I give you 30 seconds? Oh no, that's a 10-minute. Nope, we're undoing that. Are you good? What the fuck? Okay, you're good. I just deleted all your messages. That's fucking insane. No, are you still there? Oh no. Are you good? Oh my, I'm good now. Oh, I'm gonna have to go get my last beer. I'll be right back. Okay. She had a good guess at what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again and becoming unmanageable. His precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. What she doesn't know is that Kinza thinks this is all fucking hilarious. She had planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her own self would have been too frightened to go see Kinzo. And in fact, if she did meet him, she probably would be blamed for somehow and insulted. But this was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation. Kumasawa-san, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George-kun and Battler-kun. I'm sure they're on edge right now. Yes, yes, that may be true. It is truly pitiable. Pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink. You know, I like Kumasawa. I really like Kumasawa because she is like old as shit, and there's no way she could kill two people by herself unless she poisoned them. Rosa went into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in this mansion, which she's true fans respect Kumasawa, which she'd spent her younger days in and should have been full of memories, somehow seemed different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the faint darkness down the stairs, behind Rosa's back, something glowed. It was a single fluttering gold butterfly. Oh, I think we've moved back into like the current timeline. It fluttered around and sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. It was only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then, I actually saw some butterflies today. Oh, that shit was so cool. I loved it. I saw some monarch butterflies flying around outside my apartment today. Like 3 or 4 of them. Because it's in that time of year where they start migrating to Mexico. And then it came to a rest on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. If someone not in the know saw it, they'd probably just assume it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading towards Kinzo's study. Oh, that's amazing. We love that. So, how will you entertain me with this next one? There's still many, many pieces left. There's 8 dead right now. There's 5 more people that have to be killed. Oh, I didn't even think about the number 13. That never struck me as anything interesting. The connection to the number 13. Cackle, cackle. In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was that of the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on and on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though they were praying that the events of that morning had been all a dream. Because Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. The silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless, and she seemed to be pondering how she could be most helpful. Normally, it would be time for breakfast. What? Really? I forgot what time the clock was. I don't remember what time the clock was at. Fuck. I remember it went back like 20 minutes and that was it. Normally it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. You know, the good thing about this timeline is that Goda can cook for them. Or maybe everyone was so beaten up they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But she really was hungry, so she casually made a proposal. It seems everyone is tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing is to heat yourself with some warm black tea. No, black tea, some Beatrice shit. Fuck that. I actually love black tea. That's like the tea I drink is black tea. Indeed, that is an excellent plan. I agree as well. How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Oh, okay, now you're just making it too good. Ah, yes, I hear Halloween will be here soon, and we have some delicious looking pumpkin shaped cookies on the shelf. Ah, Kumasawa san, that's not appetizing. Of course, she had said the wrong thing. She remembered Battler and the rest. She reminded Battler and the rest that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear. Oh, Battler-san, I'm so sorry. I fucked up. I didn't mean to upset you. I truly didn't. No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit. I wonder if that culprit is still on the island. Probably. At least until the typhoon passes, no boat will come. Yes, that is true. After all, the boats stopped coming even when it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes. It creeps me out. You think so, Aniki? Me too. That's even putting aside whether the culprit's that mystery guest or not. Indeed. Oh god, I really can't do green tea. It's too much. It's too much for me. But I'm also like a coffee drinker, so like that's my perspective. It's like I prefer coffee anyways. Indeed. We've naturally suspected the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be certain she is the culprit. There is still the possibility that she's a victim. I just started like drinking coffee again after like taking a break from it. It's been great. I've been drinking like 3 cups of coffee a day and I've just been floating. There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpses still haven't been found. When I think of that way, when I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand. What do you mean by that? It's simple. It's just like Kumasawa Bachan said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon, and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit wanted to avoid the most. I see. So there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle at the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there. Or there's every reason to do that, actually. Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people, it shouldn't be possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find. I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it. Us. It's probably safe to say that the magic circle was there to help us find it. That's definitely true about the first episode. The culprit knows they won't be able to escape from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. What does it mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies. Beatrice Sama was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed. No, Milady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This... They're gonna find her dead body. Jessica. Poor Jessica. I feel so bad. They kind of just forgot about her. Canon San is looking after her. They're probably in Milady's room. I'm gonna be so sad when they see. I really like Jessica. She's one of my favorite characters. That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers. What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say that the culprit plans to kill all of us? Like, out of all the, like, Ashuramiya, like, third generation siblings, not siblings, but cousins, she is the most normal out of all the cousins. Like, Battler's freaking batshit, George is a freaking child diddler, Maria's Maria, and, like, Jessica is the normal one. Like, she is the most qualified to take this shit over. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Let us remain calm. This is not yet certain. But unfortunately, we can't deny that possibility exists. This letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch. If we don't solve the riddle of the grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family or something like that. I want to see where the fucking gold is. That seems like some Answers arc type shit. Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well? Eek! Eek! As they read the witch's letter, Goda, Kumasawa, and Nanjo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking. If you don't want to die, try finding grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it? Screwing around with us. I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it. However, I know what the truth is. Madame always stated that the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. It is doubtful whether it actually existed. True, supposedly they thought it would be nice if it did exist, but only half believed it. The relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up. Until then, hardly anyone believed it. In it, I understand. Hold up. Oh, maybe that's why. Do you remember? On the table in the chapel, there was 3 gold ingots. That alone would be worth quite a lot. Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real? Doesn't that prove that this beer is going to taste very yummy in like 3 seconds? Excuse me. Please wait. Just now, did you say there were 3 gold bars? Oh, what is Kumasawa going to drop on us? Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what? Um, I I happened to hear Kraus-sama say something once. Yes, I just happened to hear it, you see. It's not like I was trying to listen in on a secret discussion. No, indeed. Don't worry about that now. So then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars? Yes. According to Kraus-sama, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold. That is correct. I believe Kinzo-san showed the president of Marusu a mountain of gold and let him take 1 bar back with him. Or so the story goes. So maybe that's the guy that's doing it. Oh wait, he died after, never mind. That 1 bar came into Kraus-sama's possession, and he said that that no other gold supporting the Master's legend of the gold existed. You're talking about Uncle Kraus here? So what does that mean? No, wait, 3? Wait. Where did they come from? That's too many, right? Perhaps there's another explanation. Maybe other relatives also found 1 of each, and they brought 1 of them there. No, I cannot believe that. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel a suspicious weight back then. I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would notice. But it didn't seem that way. Same here. At the most, there was some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kairi-san's makeup, stuff like that, I think. Aunt Rose's luggage also looked pretty light. I mean, they were all there for 2 days. In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them. Maybe to us. The legend of the gold is definitely real. The gold is real. It isn't an illusion. They're telling us to try and find out that secret if we can. Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away? Yeah, that does make sense. But there are a couple parts that don't fit. To start, our parents, who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph, were killed first. He's right. That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me. And something else makes even less sense. If the legend of the gold is actually true, then how are they able to pile up all that gold? It's almost like the culprits already found the gold, and they're trying to tell us to find it too. Maybe the culprit found those 3 like Uncle Kraus did. Maybe that convinced them that the legend is true and they're trying to make us search for the rest. I think maybe that fits the best. I think that way fits the best. Pieces on the chessboard aren't lined up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do. Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now? It was written down. What she wanted to make us do. Couldn't anyone read it? Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I'd thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening to us, too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting. Beatrice hasn't said once that she wants the gold. All she's asking is whether you're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not. Though, I'll bet she's pretty sure none of you could never do it. So are you saying you can solve it, Maria? You can solve it, Maria? I don't care. After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land, so I won't get in Beatrice's way. Ouch. In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more. Maria would be such a TikTok kid. She would be. She'd be scrolling. I'm a YouTube Shorts boy right now myself. Like I'm so addicted to YouTube Shorts. Like right now, my shit is like YouTube Shorts and like watching Pawn Stars, like just watching fucking Rick Harrison, where the fuck his name is. That's my shit. Like all of my YouTube Shorts are like the most obnoxious freaking people. I love it. Like some guy who says he killed Bin Laden, some like random Navy SEAL guy. I don't even know. It's like doesn't even reflect anything I'm interested in. But I think I just watch it anyways. I'm like a perfect algorithm fiend. There's this one gambling guy I watch. He's named Mickey Mace. He's like this like LA. He's like this Vegas guy. I don't know. It's fucking so cooked. In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria. But if we want to learn anything, tell us. Who is this Beatrice? What is she planning? You know Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything she wants. She can do anything with her strange powers. The power of magic can do anything. It can even create gold or bread. And of course it can create sweets too, right? You saw, didn't you? Oh shit. At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw that Rosa had suddenly returned. Okay, this is like another writing thing. Like, we turned around, returned. Like, it's just like, could be improved a little bit. Bringing Genji and Shannon. This game, I think, would really benefit from like a remaster in this decade with like some spelling fixes and some like minor grammatical changes and shit like that. I don't know. I think it'd be good. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek. Stop talking about that bullshit. Battler couldn't, the rest will take it badly. Ugh. Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could stand there stunned. Everyone could only stand there stunned. I don't know what means. What about yes? She hit Maria's cheek again. In some variants of the game, there exist fan translations. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. That's good because I feel like this translation is not perfect. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. She weakly said yes. Rosa-san, there's no reason to be so harsh. This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon standing at attention behind her, was somehow cold and yet dignified. Completely different from how she had seen before she left. She was holding something that looked like a gun? I couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation. Does Rosa get the gun this time? Rosa does get the gun this time. This is father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specifically. Or especially. Everyone should understand. The culprit is still nearby. Oh, that means Rose is gonna shoot herself in the head. Rose is gonna kill her. It's gonna be. We don't know what might happen. So who's gonna be the 5 remaining this time? Is it gonna be? I don't know. I feel like Maria, Battler, George, and Shannon are safe. Maybe safe. But then who else survives? Genji? Beatrice? Does she count among the 13? I don't. father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. They just all need to hold out in the freaking Kinzo's magic room and just freaking camp there. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe. For now, we should try to stay together as much as possible. I agree. We don't even know where the culprit is hiding, and after all, there's no proof that there's only one of them. Even though I'd said myself, I shivered. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and set up such a horrible scene alone? Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits? I agree with Rosa-san. It probably is good for us to stay together. Yes, I think it is good too. Yes, yes. I think maybe it's time we called for Milady and Canon-san. Oh god. They're fucking so dead. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. This time I'm gonna actually do the hold up. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Right. Let's have them come down. George Aniki tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda shook his head. That's right, the phones are down right now, aren't they? If I'll go with a couple people. If George and Goda come up too, that should be enough. No. Let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're in balance, we'll gather together like this, then maintaining the situation will be safest. Notice how there was a little stinger when Rosa said that? This wolves and sheep thing is important. I'm gonna Google it, actually. I think it's that important. Never mind. A wolves and sheep puzzle? Ugh! I got it. I'll show you. Maria, turn off the television. Genji-san, please tell me where Jessica-chan's room is. Let's all go together. Yes, I will guide you. Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions. We stood up. Maria alone looked like she had gotten some regrets about the TV. She decided to go along with everyone for now and get up. They will explain it pretty soon. That's good, because when I googled it, it was just like that. It was like that logic puzzle with the wolf and the. It was like the logic puzzle with the fox, the chicken, the corn, the farmer. Well, regardless, what Rose is trying to say is it's better that they all stay together. Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back. I am sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe. They are referring precisely to that puzzle. Okay. I'm sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him. Transcribe? Shannon. I'm sorry, excuse me. We headed for Jessica's room, with an armed Aunt Rosa and Genji in the lead. Jessica and Kanon-kun were a boy and a girl of about the same age. Oh god. It'd sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time. Or at least that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding a sense of tension. So it definitely wasn't the sounds of atmosphere for careless remarks like that. Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone, move together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out at us, right? No, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. Since this wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did, and Aunt Rosa was a mother too, she probably also thought that if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could be taken down with a large number of people in a flash. Would that be with weapons, or with numbers, or with the magic of the witch? In any case, I couldn't think of any reason why it'd be okay to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much, much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa. Everyone, stop! Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards. They immediately realized the reason. Oh, what was that one about again? Shit. Oh, it was so... I remember this one. This is so they could get through any door. What is this? Eep! Everyone get back. Goda-san and Genji-san approached the door. Beyond this door was probably Jessica's room. Seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door into the chapel. It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn. So it looks like all the circles are going to be drawn again. The same 3 circles. What the heck? Is that another magic circle? It's the first magic circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopening doors. Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning. But it didn't matter what the meaning was. We were worried about whether those two were okay. That doesn't matter. Are Jessica-chan and Cannon-kun safe? This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those two downstairs. Milady! Milady! Are you there? Please answer! Goda-san knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. She gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him. Rosa-sama, it seems to be locked. There's no helping it. Please open it up. Genji nodded, and Goda quickly unlocked the door with the master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared, one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. So if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be... Jessica-sama! What happened? Is she there? Jessica! What happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goda-san's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had. Oh, Jessica! I'm so sad. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. That scene told everyone that their worst fears were spot on. Jessica! How horrible. Dr. Nanjo. Shit, Jessica's dead. Found in her own room in the mansion with a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into her back. Finally, at the very end, she got to beat the person she loved. She must have been happy. Damn it, rip Jessica. I'm so pissed. I love Jessica. This sucks ass. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. It had to be a weapon with some occult meaning. This is horrible. She has passed away. This has probably reached her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died. Jessica! Charlie! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Battler-sama. I was naive. I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by. So why didn't I get cautious sooner? I was naive. I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and to sneak away and hide. We were stunned. We thought Jessica-chan giving in to rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped. But we were naive. We should have stopped her. Goda-san, why did you leave those two alone? If you'd only been with them, something like this. No, I said it was dangerous. So we should return. I already don't like Goda, so like whatever he says doesn't really matter to me. My lady said that she wanted to be alone. Kanen-san told me to leave it to him. And speaking of which, where is Kanen-san? Oh, he's missing? The witch erased his corpse for fun. That alone caused incredible uneasiness among the survivors. If that which exists resides in the human world, then that which does not exist is truly fantasy. Fantasy takes the form of what they fear. What in the world has happened to Cannon-kun? Cannon-kun! Where? Kanan-san should have been with Milady. Where in the world did he go? You don't think they got him? Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet. There was a chance that Kanan-kun's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. This is all fucked up indeed. At Rosa-san's order, everyone searched throughout the room together. But there wasn't a single human hiding anywhere. He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? Then we'll have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Cannon-kun. Quiet! When Aunt Rosa yelled at us, we fell instantly silent. She was probably contemplating something. However, what in the world could this be? Aunt Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Congratulations, George. You are now the inheritor to the Yoshiramiya family fortune. Then she found something on the side of the table by the bed and picked it up. If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this? Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing for sure. I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key. It was probably the key to this room. To Milady's room. Oh! So this is Beatrice trying to show us that because the key was already here. That's bullshit. They could have just had a master key. After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a point of going outside of the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room. I wonder why it was set in a place like this. Why wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket? My lady isn't in the habit of locking her room. It seems she would only do it when she went to school, because she didn't want someone like Kraus-sama to look inside her room. Yeah, because she's got drugs in there, man. She's smoking dope. I see. She wasn't at school, so it's natural that Jessica-chan would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door? Just the one Milady had. Can it be opened with your master keys? They can open it. How many master keys are there? Are all the servants holding them? Are there extras? Yes. We all have one. As for extras, I wonder. There used to be several, but Madam scolded us harshly, saying that that was careless, so that they should have been dealt with. I need another fucking Battler Beatrice scene right now. That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Oh, here we fucking go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right? Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me. That's probably right. Since you want to make me believe that magic is using closed rooms, it'd really hurt if there are more master keys than we thought. I have insane predictive power. Thank you. Master Detective Pier. After all, every time a trick involving a lock shows up, I plan to resist it by arguing that the culprit had a master key. That's one. Once again, Beatrice has not said that there are secret. Has not said anything about secret rooms in this freaking house. It is correct, so I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll update our setting. The only master keys are ones held by the servants, one key each. Does Cannon have his key on him? Okay, so that just could mean that when somebody killed Cannon, they took their key and does Cannon have his key on him, I guess? Because then they could have just locked the door that way. Messing with me. More importantly, what kind of move is this? What's Aunt Rosa talking about? Cackle cackle. Who knows? You should try listening in. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica-chan. Or at least one of their accomplices. What did you say? Who is it? Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Cannon-kun, do you? Huh? What? Why Cannon-kun? This room is locked. And the only keys that can unlock it are the master's keys, held by each servant, and the key Jessica had. But Jessica-chan's key was closed up here, which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this. It is as you say. In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person had a master key. And there are only 5 people with master keys. Oh my! It wasn't me. Not me. No, I could never do such a thing. Kumasawa-san got up late. After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there. But it's impossible to prove that you were where you were and what you were doing until that time. Well, Rosa, let's think logically. She's like 85. She ain't killing anybody. You watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica-chan and Cannon-kun when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Are you saying I visited Milady's room and did something so horrible? I did no such thing. Yes, no such thing. What about you, Goda-san? You said you left Jessica-chan in Cannon-kun's care and returned, but I wonder if that's true. Maybe you actually killed the two of them, hid Cannon-kun's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face. Nothing of the sort happened. I, Goda, swear that I did not do anything like that. It wasn't us. We were following the master's orders and... Yes, you and Genji-san alone are clean. Are you? That's backed up from what I heard from Father. The two of you were in Father's room the whole time, transcribing and witnessing for him. Father and I can guarantee that. Thank you very much. In that case, the argument becomes... Who is more suspicious? Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Goda. I thought that myself right after entering this room, but still, I found it strange. Look at the state of Jessica Chan's body. Doesn't everyone think it's strange? Strange, you say? Jessica Chan was struck in the back. Come on, they say it all the time, right? That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there's a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back. Unless Cannon killed her. Rosa-sama, you don't mean to say it was Cannon-kun, do you? Except Cannon doesn't have motive, so... I do. We're all fully aware of the state of Jessica Chan was in right before she was killed. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica Chan was very panicked. It's easy to imagine that after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump. It would be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself alone in the room. In those particulars match with Goda-san's story. Jessica Chan said to leave her alone. Then Cannon-kun, who is of a similar age and who may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands. She knows about that? That feeling is also very understandable. So for that reason, I think Jessica Chan welcomed Cannon-kun into her room. But what if it had been Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Would she have left the room? Would she have let them into her room? I believe that I have gained Milady's trust, but even so... Oh, then I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda-san. I assume Jessica Chan probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room. I was convinced you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken. No, I am sad to say that I may not have been accepted by Milady. What about you, Kumasawa-san? I am 85! I cannot kill jack shit! We are too far separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like Milady very well. And for the same reason, perhaps Milady never opened up her heart to us. Right, Goda-san? Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open up her heart thanks to the likes of us. And it would be inconceivable for Milady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Don't trust Rosa with a gun. Rosa, like, casually pumps a whole round of live ammunition into her daughter and kills her. Just because she, like, said, ugh, or some shit. Out of all the adults, it should not be her with a gun. It really shouldn't. Goda-san and Kumasawa Bachan each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with their forced smiles on their faces. It was truly an unpleasant rondo. So, it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica Chan's rooms while she was grieving. I hate suspecting Shannon. I feel so guilty whenever I suspect her. I hate suspecting her. I don't want to believe it's her, actually. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend it wasn't her. Because she was with Kinzo, and she did nothing wrong. Fuck. person who might have given access to her defenses back and who had the master key, that only points to one suspect. It was impossible for anyone except Cannon-kun. But please, wait! Cannon-kun definitely would do something like... Oh, then is there someone else? Is Goda-san or Kumasawa-san suspicious after all? Who do you think is more suspicious, Shannon-chan? Come on. I could never. It wasn't me, Shannon-san. Yes, it was not me. Of course it wasn't me either. Kumasawa is too fucking old to have the means to kill anybody. The ones who had close relationship with Milady were Cannon-san and after him, you, right? Yeah, isn't that right? Jessica might also let Shannon-chan into her room. You were supposedly with father, but in reality, could you be the culprit? Shannon-chan couldn't be the culprit! Yes, George! Yes, George! We love George standing on fucking business for his child bride. He's so fucking on it. Yeah, I know. Neither Shannon-chan nor Genji-san is the culprit. Father confirmed that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone? After being told that no one could respond. Even if someone did manage to argue back, they'd then have to offer the name of a different suspect. And no matter who that suspect was, it would have to be someone right here. No one could do something like that. George, our hero. And currently the heir to the Ushiramiya family fortune. Aunt Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. She seemed so different from the kind of Aunt Rosa I knew. Yeah, kind. No, it's probably because I'm not fully aware of the danger we're in. Maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could truly sense the peril surrounding us. No, it looks like no one has an opinion, and I'll give you mine. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Cannon-kun, a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule Cannon-kun out as a suspect. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere. That or he's like in a furnace or something, I don't know. But take care. Most likely, no, there's no doubt about it, Cannon-kun killed Jessica-chan. No way! I can't believe it! Cannon did that? To Milady? That's too much! I feel the same way as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Cannon-kun as the culprit. Then is the culprit Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Tell me, who's more suspicious? It's Nanjo! Because I said so. If it was Cannon-kun, then who could have locked this door? How about it, Shannon-chan? Nanjo doesn't have a key. Does he? No, he doesn't have a key. There's 5 master keys. If there's 5 master keys, then Genji doesn't have one. I mean, unless he killed Cannon and took his, but... Why do I want to keep suspecting Dr. fucking Nanjo? Why is this man so sus? I know why I suspect this guy so much. It's because he's not a servant. He has intimate knowledge about the Ushiramiya family's like runnings and shit. I just don't trust him at all. And as much as I pretend to, I just can't. George-kun? Huh? Huh? Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon-chan and George Anaki, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say something back. They wanted to believe in Cannon-kun. But if they did, they'd have to suspect other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice. But she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice is the culprit, despite lacking a master key, then we do have to accept the argument that she really is a witch, who locks the door with the power of magic. That's a dirty argument. Dirty. So dirty. What are you worried about? Make it my fault. You can just make it the fault of the 19th person, the mystery guest, right? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other. Oh! That's why Beatrice showed herself at the beginning of this episode. The reason why Beatrice showed herself is so we know everything she's capable of, and that we know that people have an eye on her. We know that she doesn't have a 19th key because we know there's only certain people that Jessica would open the door for, and there's only certain people that would have the master key. Still, with that being said, we don't know whether or not Beatrice has the master key because of her connection to Kinzo. So, it could be a 19th person with an extra master key. I love that laugh noise. So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice? She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. In the last game, I learned all your weak points. So what will you do? What will you do? You said you definitely wouldn't accept me, right? Then you can use Cannon as the perfect sacrifice he is. Cannon killed Jessica. If you support Rosa's theory, everything is settled here, right? Cannon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead. And you won't have to suspect anyone in this room. Oh, hi, Kakak. Kakach? Kakach? I don't know, I keep messing your name up. Hi. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. I won't accept you, but Cannon-kun being the culprit is impossible. I don't want to suspect anyone. However, at times, there's no smoke without fire turns out to be true. Anyway, you would never be too cautious. Dr. Nanjo. What do you mean by that? Please do not misunderstand. I do not mean to wish to label Cannon-san as the culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there's a possibility that he's the culprit. And I believe that thinking that way is safer. Oh, yes, that's right. You cannot be too cautious. The general consensus was certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he said. I still don't fucking like Dr. Nanjo. He still gives me the fucking creeps. True, no one actually thought Cannon was the culprit, but unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one... The reading is really hard. But unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect. We didn't want to be suspected. That is correct. We cannot be too vigilant. Oh, thank you, Sid. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say that. That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant. I take it no one objects to that, right? Understand? There's a very high likelihood that the murders are connected to Father's Legend of the Gold. That means the crime must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep a vast amount of gold worth several 10 billion yen all to themselves. With that kind of money, you could play around with the rest of your life in any country. And with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill all of us. Ellipses. Because she didn't have the master key, the 19th person, I guess Beatrice is removed from suspicion for the murder of Jessica Chan alone. I'm not really sold on this whole idea that Beatrice doesn't have a master key. I'm just not really sold on that. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime. I've been all kinds. I've had all kinds of theories for today. So much has happened like in the last 2 streams that I've just kind of been all over the place. The point, like, the fact that I went this long without someone in Act 2 dying, and then 7, I guess 8 people are pretty much dead back to back. I mean, it seems like there's that whole theory I have about, like, Kanon and Shannon, and maybe Genji, probably, like, not being human at all. That's, like, a total crack theory, but it's my theory. And then I've just kind of been processing shit at the same time Battler has, I guess. We cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime after all. The vast amount of gold we're talking about. We can't deny the possibility that there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit. I just think it's a miracle, because I'm usually the type of guy that, like, spoils shit for myself. I'm usually so bad with that. Like, I love spoiling shit for myself, but I have not spoiled this game. Jessica died because she was stabbed in the back by a, one of those knives. One of those, like, special demon knives that was supposed to kill Kanon, but it killed Jessica instead. So yeah, found in her own room in the mansion, the weapon shaped like a stake rammed in her back. And I guess we're kind of jumping back on this whole idea of a closed room. And just kind of this, like, narrative insistence from Beatrice that this whole murder could not have happened unless it was for supernatural means. As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't believe anyone, suspect the person next to you. That's what she was saying. But no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer from those not present. There were only 2 ways you could be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or if they don't already... or if they're already no more than a corpse. And now Rosa suspects Kanon killed Jessica, correct? Which, if I was Rosa, is what I would think, so... Until we can catch sight of his corpse, he is the most likely suspect in Jessica Chan's murder. So take care. Even if he's still alive. Even if he smooths things over with some explanation, you definitely mustn't trust him. Got it? Are you magic pilled or logic pilled? I'm definitely taking the logic pill right now. I'm definitely logic pilled right now, but as I keep saying this, but it keeps changing for me. But I think that's kind of like the whole point of this game is that you're kind of supposed to like ping pong between the idea that, oh, this could have been someone human that did it, or oh, maybe it was Beatrice, fuck it, or maybe if there was a 19th person that didn't have magic that could have been Beatrice. That's what I really like about this game is like they've rated it in a way that it's just a well written mystery. My only issue is that I'm gonna keep comparing a game like this to Disco Elysium. Now, no one gave an answer for their own initiative. However, those who met Aunt Rose's eyes had to nod their heads. Human beings who live by molding themselves to fit society. Humans are beings, blah blah blah. In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them. It's unpleasant to go against that. They never want to suspect someone. But if they're forced to suspect someone, they'll find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at that moment. For the purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Cannon to be the sacrifice. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Cannon-kun is the culprit. I heard it from George Aniki just now, but not only were those two close in age, they also had that kind of adolescent relationship that Aunt Rosa had mentioned. I wonder if Ava had told Aunt Rosa about that. It might be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her heart, would only have trusted Cannon-kun. It was very easy to imagine, and that's why I don't like it. Cannon-kun is the only one she trusted. So, she wouldn't have let anyone but Cannon-kun in. So, I guess the only reason why... Okay, Oh shit, you're right. I got it twisted. I was thinking about George and Shannon and with Ava. I guess that's what I got it. That's how I got it all twisted. You're right. That's a little lapse in my logic. So Cannon-kun was the only person who could have killed Jessica. I just can't accept that kind of argument. Understand? Even if Cannon-kun appears, don't let your guards down. As long as we cannot prove Cannon-kun's innocence, we will assume that Cannon-kun is the culprit who killed Jessica-chan. That was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using the vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly, and with the excuse that they were just assuming it for the time being, they concluded that Cannon was the culprit who had killed Jessica. I wonder what the dead Jessica and Cannon would think if they could hear this exchange. Damn, this sucks, and is unfair and bullshit. Oh, what? Okay, never mind, we get to see it. Jessica was crying. She was crying into the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her, Cannon? Both of these people get homunculus boyfriends. It was frustrating. So frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled. How can those guys treat Canon-kun like the culprit? Because there's no corpse. How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? You risked your life to fight for me, right? Then that witch erased the corpse for fun. I wonder if, like, Battler above the narrative knows this. And by Battler above the narrative, I mean, like, the Battler that, like, knows that he's playing this game. Because it seems like there's, like, some narrative distinction between Battler, who is currently participating in Act 2, versus, like, Battler, who has survived Act 1 and is trying to prove that Beatrice is all fucking bullshit. I don't know, that's my thoughts. For them to call you the culprit after that, it's horrible. It's truly horrible. It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end, but I was able to use one of. But I was able to be of use to you in our final minutes. Yeah, some people call them Meta Battler or Peace Battler. Okay, I'm gonna go with Meta Battler. Meta sounds right to me. Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Canon-kun the culprit with that messed up logic. She isn't saying I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No, she's saying to be careful. She is saying it. These people are saying that you're the culprit so they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about the culprit who killed me. They aren't thinking about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Canon-kun did it, since we don't know where he is. This is really fucking good. I can't stand that. It's okay. At least you know the truth. If only I know the truth, that's pointless. I know it after dying. The truth belongs to living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know that what Canon-kun risked his life for. Oh, fuck her. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ha 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 ha. I guess it's like peace, like, and then he's a chess piece. And he's seeing himself, like, objectively. Truly a splendid sight. You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead. Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead will never reach the living. Damn it, damn it! Doesn't matter who. Hear my voice. Canon-kun isn't the culprit. Canon's corpse was just erased. Why don't you understand that? Why the fuck would they know that? Milady, I can't stand this. It's too sad. I hate it. This is the way. This way, it's like Canon-kun died for nothing, right? The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. It doesn't matter who. Notice it. Notice it, please. Canon-kun isn't the culprit. Ah! Don't go! Don't go, everyone! Please don't let it end like this. Don't go! Rosa announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. I don't like Goda. I don't like Nanjo. I don't like Shannon as much as I really hate to accept it. For now, they accept that Canon was the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace that gave to the deed, they accepted it. The real fucking actual twist is that fucking Battler did it, but like, that's just not true. That's total crack. Milady, you've done enough. Thank you. What does this look like? Oh. Thank you, don't go. Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this. Don't keep treating Cannon-kun as the culprit. I just don't fucking like Goda. Goda's only been a dick. That's why. He's a fucking asshole. Basically, I've been against Goda ever since the first dialogue scene he was in, when he was freaking telling Cannon off because he wasn't doing some servant shit right, because he wasn't being sociable enough. That just really freaking made me upset. So I've just kind of had a vendetta against Goda ever since. That shit's fucking personal, I'm not gonna lie. It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. I'm surprised Beatrice didn't try to kill George and Shannon. But in this act, it kind of makes sense. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach, will it, Jessica? It's all useless. I just made like the most PogChamp face. Huh? Battler-kun, did you say something? Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. Just as everyone was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at Jessica's corpse. First George, now Goda. Look, the thing is, at least 50% of the problem I have with George is the fact that his fashion is terrible. What do you mean it's all useless? Do you have some objection? I agree that we've got to stay on our guards. But, sorry, I'm not buying all that about Cannon-kun being the culprit. Oh. So you're speaking up at a time like this. If Cannon wasn't the culprit, and it wasn't my doing, how do you explain this closed room that Jessica's room has become? To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point. Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless? You could never rock a better fit than George! Stop the jealousy! Guess I'd take responsibility for my own words. I'm empty-handed, with zero weapons to argue with. But I'm not gonna sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice. Battler-sama, is there some proof that Cannon-kun isn't the culprit? The expression that rose from the two faces was definitely one of anticipation. They didn't want to believe that Cannon was the culprit. They really believed in Cannon. So, they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more. Then, Battler-kun, which of the servants do you suspect? Goda-san? Or is it Kumasawa-san? Quit it, Aunt Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa-bachan well. She'll sometimes slack off while on the job, but she'll always make things fun for people. Even if her eyes were dazzled by money, she isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it. Battler-sama. And I just met Goda-san yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him. But there is something I do understand. I've never seen anyone who cooks as happily as he does. That's perfect, Battler. I'm not freaking arguing. He's the same. The same as Kuwasawa Bachan. Goda-san likes to make people happy. Okay, so that basically just leaves Dr. Nanjo, and I really don't think that makes any sense. Goda-san likes to make people happy. As if a person like that could kill those who praise his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him. Then who do you think killed Jessica-chan, Battler-kun? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that can only be locked by a master key? Wait. Before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about it. If so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Cannon-kun to be guilty. You say you can prove that Cannon isn't the culprit? How? It's actually simple. And it's something I almost overlooked. Beato. Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying Cannon-kun had a master key on him. Oh. Cannon-kun doesn't have a mastered key on him? How would you possibly know that? Sorry, I'm just trying to think myself. Well, the person who found the room, the person who found the door, the person who realized that the first 6 people were missing was Shannon. But I don't remember who Shannon tried getting afterwards. No, that wouldn't even prove my argument one way or the other. Never mind. I was thinking about like the church, the chapel room. But I realized that doesn't have anything to do with that. A short while ago, I heard from Goda-san about what happened. About how Jessica went to raid the VIP room. Right before she and Cannon went off on their own. Goda-san, you did a good job remembering it. You protected Cannon's honor. What am I missing? I did? I heard him say the same thing. But I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler-kun? That's right. When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Cannon-kun, but didn't give it back. That's right! Oh, shit! He's right! Because she was like, oh my god. Somebody took it off Jessica. Is that really so? True, Goda has no recollection of the master key being returned to Cannon. However, she might have returned it to him when Goda wasn't looking. How does that prove that it definitely didn't happen? If you could just search the pocket of Cannon's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure, but you can't. It's impossible to prove. It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it? No way! So you're saying that's why Cannon-kun doesn't have a key on him? Yeah. And to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica. Cannon-kun's master key should be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Oh shit. Indeed. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. What? Please, be there. Here it is! Is this it? Yes, that is a master key. Without a doubt. At Genji's statement, there was a small ooh of joyful voices. That's Cannon-kun's master key. I'll say it again. Cannon-kun doesn't have a master key on him. So there's no way he could have locked the door. It certainly does appear that way. But Cannon-kun was the last person to meet Jessica-chan. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed. Let's give that stuff a rest. Huh? Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other. But because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious. So we suspect everything. We're sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature. But there's one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof. Battler is going full Phoenix Wright mode. I wish I had played those games. That would have been such fundamental reading for this. Oh, great question, Cat Hatch. That's because they found Jessica's room key inside the room whenever they entered. Because Jessica had her own key, but it was in that room, and they said that Jessica doesn't lock the room regularly unless she's like leaving to go to school or whatever. If someone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty. It makes them innocent. Of course, the world is filled with wolves. I'm not saying you should carelessly believe in everyone. But if you're going to conclude that someone's guilty, you'd better have perfect evidence. Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation. I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That was careless of me. I apologize. Battler-sama. Wonderful reasoning, Battler-kun. Thank you too, Goda-san. Because of what you remembered, Cannon-kun's been cleared from suspicion. No, I... It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding. Well done, well done. Not a bad job. Crap. Did I fall for that bait piece just like you wanted? You magnificently proved that Ken at least could lock the door to this room. The servants should all have had master keys. With that as proof, Cannon was treated as the culprit, but you've at least managed to stay clear. You've managed to clear away that suspicion. Cackle, cackle, cackle. In that case... Beatrice. How did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? I don't know. I don't know, Beatrice. We haven't seen that shit in red text yet. We have not seen in red text that there are only 5 master keys to the whole fucking mansion. So that's the problem we have now. I got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted. I got you, didn't I? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the servants. Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over. Shut up. Let's start right away. You'll probably just deny it, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room. Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. Interesting. The door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock the door is with just like a single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by a servant. It is on the 2nd floor, but it is probably possible to enter or leave through the window. Yeah, but then that leaves the window open. However, the window is locked from the inside. Okay, so regardless. I can spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand. What am I missing here? I'm missing something. Do as you like. Well then, what should I repeat? Repeat it. Cannon-kun was killed in this room. We don't know that. Very well. Never mind, we know that. We know that. There's no corpse, and yet he's dead. The witch said so in red. So he definitely is dead, even though there is no corpse. Are you 19th person pilled? A little bit. I kind of am a 19th person, no magic pill. Right now. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, if I would, like, to me, that seems like the most, not obvious, but, like, that seems like that's what they want us to believe right now. That seems like that's what the game wants us to believe, is that it could be a 19th person, but there's no magic. But I erased his corpse with magic, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Again, repeat it. Cannon's corpse is in this room. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I refuse. I can't repeat it, because I erased the corpse with magic. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's gotta be a secret hidden in there somewhere. Damn. Where's the mysterious point I gotta find? I just said this, Battler. What am I missing? Did they lock it without the master key? Or did they somehow kill those two while they were inside the room and inside the room and it was locked? Or did they kill those two and then somehow escape? I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to the master key. I also refuse that. Sorry, I'm thinking. Just let me think for a second. Maybe I should suspect Rosa a little bit. This refusing thing is really vague. Kid named Lockpick. Walter. Open the door, Walter. This is not a closed room, Walter. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat, or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing it on purpose. Back when discussing the lock to the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. When I have an advantage, there's no need to go all out. There's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky. That's all it is. I guess that makes sense. Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories. Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage. Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly. Cackle, cackle. Well then, what move will you use next? I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goda or Kumasawa will be easiest, right? Damn it. Feels like you're leading me by the nose and it pisses me off. Stay quiet a bit, I'm thinking. Of course, this door is the same with the chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry. I'll say more. No trick could have been... What the fuck? Okay, no lockpicking then, I guess. No trick could have been used could have the effect of locking the door. Locking the door! Not opening the door. I don't know. Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one. For now, I've just got to think. I'll lay out everything I know. First, there are two victims. Jessica and Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Cannon-kun was killed. So even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First of all, after the culprit committed murder in this room, how did they lock it? If we assume the culprit's someone with a master key, it's extremely simple. But I'd like to avoid it if I can. Because I'd have to suspect Goda-san or Kumasawa-san or maybe even Shannon-chan and Genji-san. Here, I noticed something. I was contradicting myself. I was strangling my own neck. I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. So I had to explain everything with humans, not magic. I had to be right back. I don't know how long of a BRB this is, because as soon as I hit like a good pause, I'm gonna finish the stream, but I'll be right back anyways. I just want to make sure I'm like in good spirits. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Alright. Let me turn off this text box. But that also means suspecting some human. I don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, there's some clear proof I'll have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. Am I just naive? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed when those feelings tell me that this person at least could never commit murder? I want to deny that a witch did it, and I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. In the first place, the only victory condition in our game is whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder. It's just as she says. If I just argue that someone with a master key did it, this closed room can be broken easily. However, the number of keys that open this door is limited, and since it's clearly known who has them, using that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Even while attacking that closed room trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy, I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory's right, then the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag. Maria's handbag was probably most unguarded while she slept. In that case, in addition to me, George and Jessica are also suspects. So George or Jessica is the culprit. George. Motive, maybe. Means. But he didn't have the motive to kill Jessica or Cannon. I guess what I was thinking when I said I kind of wondered. He tries to solve a mystery and doesn't want to doubt anyone. Amazing mindset. I guess what I'm trying to say, about Rosa is that with Rosa, that's not that strong of an argument, but like, she could have just like wiggled the key around the door to like make it seem like it was unlocked. I don't know. I don't want to leave any stone unturned. But I also don't think I don't think Rosa has the motive for this, really. Battler's just a really nice guy. All of our parents have been killed, right? And okay, everybody, Maria's parents have been killed. And yet, one of us consented to that and assisted with that crime. We all lamented, mourned, shed tears together in the chapel, and yet, one of us was lying? That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice. Announcing a theory like that so happily. Giggle. Damn it. That doesn't guarantee that one of the family of the servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example. As I said, yeah, you said at the very beginning of this episode, pretty much. Like maybe one of the first dialogue scenes. I think my my first full stream on episode 2, because I played it through a little bit of it before I ended my first stream on it. But I think it was on my first episode 2 stream you said that. For example, there's a good chance you could have snuck into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right? Perhaps that will do for that situation. By suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others. In that case, how was Jessica's room locked? It's... It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you also have to deny that I'm a suspect, correct? So in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18. Oh yeah, thanks for the help. I've managed to sort things out a bit. My goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone. Cackle, cackle. If you can do that, foolish man. This wasn't a closed room from the beginning. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it. And several people possessed such keys. You can suspect any of them. Suspect as much as you like. But you went to all the trouble of denying them yourself. Or of denying them, making it a closed room yourself. Understand? This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction. Cackle, cackle. You and no one else sealed that door. So you're trying to say that I've got 2 options. Accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit. Damn, are you trying to fork the rook? I just wanted to show you that moves such as this can exist as well. Cackle. So what will you do, Ushiramiya Battler? Isn't it actually simple? Don't you have to make sacrifices that overly self-confident cook and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died? Damn it! If I suspect Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, everything will be fine? That's useless. I can't think of Goda-san as the culprit. I can think of Goda as the culprit. I don't know. I can think of Kumasawa as the culprit. Goda just doesn't have motive, really, except wealth. But I won't accept you, no matter what. In that case, they'd have to enter the room without using magic or a master key. Kill Jessica and Cannon, and even erase Cannon's corpse without using magic. How could it be done? How could it be done so that you can deny me while still not suspecting anyone else? Cackle, cackle, cackle. I resign. Huh? Battler-kun, what did you say? I give up. I was able to prove that Cannon-kun couldn't have locked this door, but that doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica. No, that's more than enough. For Cannon-kun's sake, thank you very much. No need to thank me. After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Shannon-chan. And sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you. I don't want to die. And I want to find Dad and the rest's true enemy. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative. No, it's okay. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As an aunt and nephew, we have to stay on good terms. Right? Aunt Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out her other. I reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Aunt Rosa's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet, the one who was most separated from reality. Alright, that is where I'm ending today. It is now 1, I think, AM or PM. I wasn't keeping track of the clock. I didn't watch the... I guess it's 1 AM. Or 12:05. I'm so bad. No, it was 1. It was 1. I can read clocks. Okay. Anyways. I'm heading out. Yep. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. See ya. Bye.